All right, guys, I am back. Okay, sorry about that. I'm still having this minor issue with this YouTube feed, but I think we're okay now. All right, what else is happening? What time is it? 9:14. FBIO is gap down. Complete response letter from the FDA, which obviously is not favorable. FBIO has gapped down. Sol, SOL, high flyer from last week. SOL has gapped down on a financing. The financing is at 325 a share, so it's a little bit above the financing price. Do you not have a screen now? Oh, man. How about now? No, don't refresh on your end. It's on my end, guys. Okay, give me one more moment here, and I think this is going to do it. You're going to, okay, now it should start to be kind of fuzzy, and then it'll improve. Okay, yeah, let's get back at this. DKNG, DraftKings, DKNG gapping up after their financing last week. DDS. Not sure who this guy is. Weschler has a just under 6% passive stake in the company, and that was disclosed. So DDS, Dillard's, has gapped up. And Doyu, DOYU, big news for this company. DOYU and HUYA are merging. A couple of China companies. So DOYU is gapped up nicely. HUYA was down, I noticed. Okay, so JE from last week. JE has gapped up. It's pulled back quite a bit, 750 down to 782. Again, this is the one that did the one for 33 reverse split a couple of weeks ago. VLDR. 3-year agreement, signed a 3-year agreement with Baidu. So that's the reason for this one gapping up. This is an IPO, I guess, back here. So this might get a little bit alive now. DPHC, one of the SPACs, DPHC, gapped up. Don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, VVPR, I was noticing that when it gapped up. Of course, that was a crazy one on Friday. WKHS. Let's see if this is still holding. Yeah, this is where I saw it. It looked like it was stabilizing quite nicely pre-market, but it is now subsequent to this consolidation, it pulled back quite a bit. And that, what else do I have here? ATV. Is it ATV? You're going to see ATV. If you see it up here, it's going private at $21 a share. So it's a little bit underneath the where they're in theory going private. And Medley, yeah, MDLY. Forgot to mention that one, Medley. And this is, yeah, that's not shortable for me either at Interactive Brokers. I don't see Medley Capital. Oh, I did mention this one on selling MCC Senior Loan Strategy. All right, let me quickly trying to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. Well, again, the trend continues. Many more upgrades and downgrades. So let me get a few of them in. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. So these airlines, cruisers being downgraded. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, so as always, I just want to show you, if you want to follow my watch list up and down in the repeating version, click on from the toolbar, click on new, and then channel bar, Barry's watch list right here, okay? And remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. Before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And you will start seeing alerts in this window, probably right when the market opens at 9:30. You will see nothing in these two windows until at least 9:45. I have a delay on purpose. Doesn't mean you'll see something at 9:45, but you'll certainly not see anything before then. BMRA. Well, I mean, okay, there's no volume. It had a okay week, I guess. I mean, it's maybe poised to break out, but you know, there's no volume, so I don't really know what to expect for BMRA. I think it's Schadenfreude, but who's counting? I don't know how to spell it, but man, oh man, IPOB. Okay, CCCL, I do notice it's popping a little bit here. It was anyway, up to 255, back down to 237. I don't see any news for Medley either. MD. Oh, well, no, I shouldn't say that. I did see, if you could call this news. It says rallies on selling MCC senior loan strategy. So there's your news for MDLY. MDLY. Actually know nothing about RBAC. Red Ball acquisition, nothing. I've not seen that one before. But I see what you're saying. It is another SPAC. I know nothing about it. Is that John Henry? I know he's one of the owners of the Red Sox. All right, guys, I'm going to drop these out and wait for the open. Typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Market's going to open in 1 minute from now. There we go, just seeing if there's anything else sneaking in. RRC, let's see, RRC. A little bit of volume for it, RRC, range resources. WWR continues, well, it's popped a bit. Okay, guys, we are now open. Let's have a great start to this trading week. And any Canadians in the room, if you're trading, happy Thanksgiving. Wow, look at the volume coming into IPOB. I'm just looking and waiting on that IPOC to see when it starts to move. So it's just, there's no reason to get in yet. It's still hanging around 10. Okay, the other SPAC this morning that was really whipping here, DPHC. One day I'm going to have to write all the SPACs down and the corresponding companies that they're wanting to merge with. Now there's Workhorse, WKHS on the move. Okay, ATXI. VLDR. Now this one, I'm pretty sure this must have been an IPO back here. Let's see, last week the high was 1808. I mean, if it can take out 1808, I'm going to stick an alert around 1810 for VLDR and see if it takes that out at some point. Oh, was it a name change? Okay, thank you. What was it before the Dreamer? Usually you don't anticipate a name change on an expensive one. Oh, I know. That's Graph, right? I gotta remember that. That's Graph. Okay, yeah. Wasn't so much the name, yeah. I think finally I know, or I'll remember. All right, so if you have yes, I was just going to say, if you have the trade of the week, it is now active. It doesn't mean you have to take it right now, but it is active. The trigger was 22. No, SPWR taking out last week's low. No, sorry, not quite. I mean, obviously this has a ton of room. I mean, the all-time high looks like around 2257. If it starts getting, look at the volume coming in tonight. It's a big float. It is a big float. Okay, BE, a little pop here. All right, are these cannabis plays going to continue this week? Yeah, well, above Friday's high now, CGC. And we have a halt. MDLY just got halted on the way down. And because of news now. MDLY got halted on the way down and because of news. So it must be something more than the news that we saw earlier. Yeah, Nordstrom's on the move here, recovering. JWN, a bit of a recovery. Actually, it had a pretty good week, last 3 weeks, coming off the lows of 1170 odd. So the retailers are probably popping. Real's mentioning Macy's, yeah. Well, look at Zixi. Wow, ZYXI. And through the 200-day moving average, something's happening here. It cuts its Q3 sales guidance. So November 4th is when they release, and they're cutting their guidance. So not good news for this company after a nice little run the last month and a half or so. So they're cutting their guidance. Yeah, SPWR, just looking to see if there's a financing or something. That's a big drop for SPWR. Ah, 10 o'clock, JKS. Remind us. Chris, if you're in the room, remind us. All right, JMIA from last week. The high last week was 1180.92 or so. Boy, SPWR, it's just really moving lower here. So it is now taking out the low of 3 days ago. As is ZYXI. ZYXI. So we got the retailers. My guess is that I'm going to see XRT. There's the retail ETF, or at least one of them. BE right back up. Yeah, so yeah, the banks, AA releases, I think JP Morgan, this kicks off earnings season, guys. JP Morgan releases tomorrow, pre-market, Goldman Sachs, AA, Alcoa. So this week kicks off earnings season in earnest. JMIA still strong. Just waiting for 9:45 to see what's going to happen to my watch list. Well, we just noticed at 10 o'clock, no matter where it is, it'll. Now, listen, this is over the. Not saying it's going to happen today, but Chris in the room has pointed this out for a couple of weeks now at around 10 o'clock. Wherever it is, it seems to move up. So even if it's pulled back, of course, I'm not saying that's going to happen today. I don't see any posts in the YouTube feed. I still think there's something going on there. All right, LIZI is now holding here. The high in the pre-market is way back here, around 445. Among the first to be selected into the government-backed pilot program to bolster local online audiovisual industry. So that is the news. China stock, that is the news for LIZI. Okay, low float. So this one could be the one to really start to scream here. Let's see what happens. Okay, so I do see a post in the YouTube feed. Okay. Okay. Well, certainly Macy's, Nordstrom's. They're having a heck of a morning. So the XRT, the retail sector, something's put a charge into it. Retail to shine after the pandemic. Barclays, all right? Okay. Happy dog, happy dog. Well, it's true. Dillard's was very strong this morning. That's the only retailer I actually saw this morning. DDS. And so that has something to do with Weschler. Okay, Weschler has just slightly under 6% passive shares stake. All right, OPK. This was a great move over the last week and a half. Topped out right there on the way down. OPK. Watching the market. Overall market is still up. The EVs are taking a bit of a hit here. There was Plug. I saw BE on the way down, but you never know what's going to happen here. But look at this. Yeah, Plug. I see FBIO is halted on the way up, coming back down. Okay, guys, give me about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. I'll be back in about. All right, guys, I'm back. Something sort of attacking these the EVs here, guys. Looking at BE, look at Plug, probably Ballard, BLDP. Yeah, they're all kind of swooning here for some reason. Must be some, I don't know, some news out. Yeah, Tesla's up. Interesting. All right, well, NIO, it did pop, but it's down now. So I'm going to get into this one. I mean, listen, I mean, it's right near an all-time high, but for some reason, a lot of these stocks are doing this. In that sector. Look at LAC. Look at like it's a whole sector. Look at LAC. I don't. This is not in the same industry or sector, but look at this. Okay, they've guided. That's right. They have guided poorly. Cuts Q3 sales guidance from 22.3 million to 20 million. So that's a pretty big. That's a pretty big drop to about 10%. And that's for the ZYXI. Just as I was got out of here, took that little break, 1484 on the short. I don't know how easy it would have been to get. It is down over 10%, of course. But what a great short, 484. If you could have got it around that price, it got all the way down to 1407. There's the cannabis play right here, APHA. Next high looking left is around 615 on that weekly chart, 615, so it's getting close. Okay, guys, well, if you have the AI, you know there's one I really, really like. The one that's under $20. There is only one under $20. All right, let me take a look at this marijuana index, see if it's, what is it doing? So I, of course, had the great week last week. It hasn't given it up yet. I'm still always skeptical about this sector, but all right, now I did see HUSN in the pre-market, but it was way under $1, but now it is just popping over $1. HUSN, probably a low float, yes. Low float, 5 million in the float. Wow, this has got room. I don't know what's going on with them exactly, but wow, I mean, it just dropped. All right, well, I'm going to stick an alert at a 105, see if it takes it back, because, I mean, it's got a ton of room on that weekly chart. Remember that week back here, it got up to almost $2. Yeah, almost $2. So all right, Arlo. Next high looking left on that weekly chart is 732, so this has some room. Boy, this HUSN is just Flipping all over the place. Look at these two topping tails now. I actually was almost set to pull the trigger and then it just dropped. I'm going to stick the alert here again, 108 for HUSN. See if there was any sort of news on this one. I don't see any news on HUSN that I can quickly see. Anyway, glancing at headlines, I don't see. All right, we have a resume now. I didn't see it was halted, but Apex just was halted and now it's resumed. Now that's a crazy, crazy low float. I mean, we have 451,000. Whether that's exactly correct, it'll be a low float. And you know, when I say that exactly correct, I mean this is what our data provider has. My guess, if you went to 10 different sites, you might get 10 different numbers. But bottom line is, it'll be very low. I didn't see that it was halted in the first place. Well, some massive bottoming tails here for JKS. Fred, you're always alerting me to these ones that have no volume. I know the volume can pick up. Okay, so now I see Plug, I see Bloom, BE, I see some of them are starting to pop back. Levi had earnings on the 6th last week. Levi had earnings, so another retailer that's doing quite well. Something's putting a charge into the retail sector. ACMA. Well, it's very interesting, actually. I don't see any news on it exactly, other than presenting global phase 3 something or other. But that was on the 9th, after the market closed, so that must have been Friday. But yeah, it's got, I'm sorry, let me just take a look at Lizzie now. That's a great weekly chart, man. Oh man, I mean, look at the room it's got. I don't know what happened here. I can't remember exactly what happened here, but what a great weekly chart. Good volume. It's a big float for a $3 stock, but yeah, I mean, it is pretty interesting. I mean, it's up 11%. Good volume, three times normal right now. Oh boy, this is messy. I was just. Thank you for pointing out AKBA because I was all set to take this Lizzie, but it is messy, messy, messy right now. Real mentioned Ford earlier. F 774 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Big float, 3.9 billion in the float. Nothing's triggering from my watch list up. Oh, did I make the change? I bet you I didn't. No, I did. Actually, it's the same watch list symbol list as last week. So, but nothing is triggering up yet. Boy, Levi's having a nice day. Yeah, I can't give advice like that in Cuba. Neither do I think it's worth entering now. I mean, I really can't give advice like that. All right, wow, look at this one. Where are they out of? Are they out of? No, they're out of Jack. Look at JAKK. Look at the float, 2.7 million in the float. GME did have a downgrade this morning, but not that that matters that much. Oh wow, look at this Apex. And what was the spread like? So Apex got halted, it resumed, then it got halted immediately. I mean, I have no idea if that is a true float, 450. I mean, whatever it is, it's going to be very low. 451,000 shares in the float. Obviously, did multiple reverse splits. The cannabis plays are still hanging in there. APHA, it's a big float, 287 million in the float. Actually has earnings on the 15th. So it's right at the high here. Okay, BE starting to come back a bit. JAK, I mean, this has a ton of room, guys. JAKK, sorry, JAKK, low float, 2.7 million in the float. So, game toy and children's vehicle manufacturing. Children's vehicle, okay. There's those little vehicles you see kids riding around in. All right, Plantronics. Okay, Plantronics. Interesting. Through the 200-day moving average today, 1589. This has room, guys. PLT definitely has some room here. Look at that weekly chart. Highs around 20. So this has room if it wants to keep moving. Oh my goodness. Well, unfortunately, I did not get it. I miss Lizzie. I mean, it was pretty whippy. But now, LIZI. And if you notice, the AI exited at the entry price. He didn't like the whip either. Wow, Jack, JAK Cave, powering through 5 now. Interesting. Very, very rarely do we get a stock under $1 alerted in the AI. Jack was not shortable for me. JAKK was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, Apex just opened. Plantronics continues its march here. PLT. Is that what it is, Suba? Okay. Not Suba, sorry. Who mentioned? Right. I'm sorry about the Jack tweet by Ryan Seacrest. All right, one moment, please. Okay. All right, guys, look at SPTN. I mean, this is really a level. Can it hold? Had a big day, big sell-off on Friday. It was still up, but hanging right here at a very important level, 20. I know it's a whole number reel, but that's a psychological one for sure. Nice reel. I know you were talking about Net Cloudflare, NET, still hanging. I see. Fred, thank you, Fred. Also, um, yeah, basing nicely over 52, just out of the price range I like, but all-time high. Yeah, you can see, look at TBIO. I mean, if it can take out 16, what's the high right there? The high right there is 1594. The high right there is 1605. The high right there, 1598. If it can take this out right here, this has some room still, TBIO. You look left, it has a lot of room, TBIO. Well, no disputing the fact. CGC is now 3 days up. So maybe, just maybe. I'm more interested in just seeing how this sector keeps performing, if it really, really is going to get rolling. Yeah, unfortunately, this got alerted at 446 because it had to take out the high in that first or the second. What time is that? Well, that second candle. Had to wait for that, so we'd be in chase mode taking it. So. All right, a little break here for ACBA, AKBA, a little one, just a little one on the 2-minute chart. Actually, there's a red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart. That red bar, so the trigger would have been about 350. There's that red bar, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green, so theory being just a minute, maybe just a little pause in its uptrend. Boy, look at the room this AKBA has. The only issue is how many it's got in the float, but SCPL, wow, look at this bottoming tail, then the pop, really? Is that right? Gambling stock, AESE. Haven't seen this one for a while. Remember these days, guys? This is a few weeks ago, a few months ago. It's back in June. AESE got all the way up to 6. And DraftKings is strong. All right, SPTN now has broken just a little bit under 20. I mean, the next low looking left is 1910. That was the low on Friday. SPTN. Yeah, this Lizzie is a tough trader, guys. I mean, you could just see even on the in the 2 minute, 5 minute chart. Look at the 15-minute chart. Very, very tough trader. It's really, really messy. You have to stay away from it. I mean, it's just right now. Excuse me, Lizzie is directionless. All right, guys, SOL on the move here, shrugging off the 325 financing. SOL financing at 325, way above it on a percentage basis. All right, ZYXI had a nice bounce after the short at 1484, got all the way down to almost just at 1402, and now is coming back. Well, if this had a low float, this AKBA, this this would be probably so ripe, but it's just a big, big float. I'm going to stick an alert right here at the high. AKBA. Spartan Ash continues its move down here. SPTN. All right, well, that didn't continue. Plantronics, PLT. Had that little pullback here, but it's continuing strongly. PLT through the 200-day moving average, 1589. Possible even swing trade, guys. I mean, look, when's earnings? October 29th, so, or when are earnings, I should say. Yeah, as to be expected, APEX now got halted, or is resuming. EDRY got halted. Eurodry, deep sea. So some of these. So Fred, you might be onto something here. ECEA, deep sea freight transportation. EDRY, another crazy low float. So it is. It just got halted. But the volume is very, very low. Very, very, very low right now. But we'll see what happens once it comes out of its halt. Okay, the old graph, VLDR. So maybe the insiders have sold all they want. Yeah, SPTN just turned right around, so I'm going to have to wait and see if this takes out 20 again. All right, VLDR guys on the move now, really on the move. 1722, almost tacked on $1 from the lows. Yeah, that LMPX, what a what a move it had on Friday. I mean, look at this move it had on Friday. Meanwhile, Jack, JAKK, still moving here. All right, well, SPTN actually rebounded off 20. So it looks like it's actually trying to, what's the resistance? Probably around 2074, so this has some room now. Keeping a really close eye on this JAKK. My Plantronics just really, there's that, I think I mentioned that one. There's that red bar ignored for Plantronics. Or maybe it was the ACPA. I'm sorry, I can't remember anymore. Yeah, the ACPA was, so that did not continue. All right, this one was super active last week. It got up to $1.43 CEI. Camber Energy, one of those ones on that day that there were a lot of cheap ones, really in the energy sector, really ripped. Okay, guys, JAKK. Jack, guys. G Pro is still strong after tremendous, well, one day anyway, and a nice week last week. G Pro had a great, that was on, this is Monday, so that would be Wednesday right here. And EDRY, you got unhalted. Wow, look at the volume now. Remember when this was halted, it was about 20,000 shares the first time? Look at the volume now. This Jack, fantastic move, guys. PLT, I mean, I know some are in this one, PLT. This has had a great move, pretty gentle. Little pullback here, little red bar there, but pretty gentle move. Stress-free. All right, so for the LIZI, this is what could happen. I'm not saying it's going to, but if it starts to rest, say under 4 for quite a while, you know, traders get tired of it right now. I mean, it's 68 million shares, but so it's traded the float almost 7 times. Later on, they could get active again, okay? And that's, you know, when I say later on, I'm talking in the afternoon. So we'll see what happens with this one. You know, I don't want to see it really, really collapse. I'd love to see it just sit around between the 4 and 420 level. And then maybe later on. All right, GPRO, there's a red bar ignored, a little one on the 2-minute chart, very little one, 654 would have been the trigger, GPRO. All right, it's almost 10:30. Another fast morning as usual. All right, everybody, if you are new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen, live at the mic. Another halt here for Fury. So it resumed, then it got halted, I guess on the way, well, maybe on the way up, F-U-R-Y. If you have trade ideas, I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the scans tab, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Jack. Oh, man. Let me keep putting my price alerts. All right, also you can access all my scans from this room drive icon. Sorry guys, I just have to keep putting these alerts. Let's see if I can take out 6 now. So from the room drive icon right here, and scans that I share, download, okay, if you click on that, it'll go to a Word, all those scans will go to a Word document. You can take a look at them all later on. If you see something you might like to try, see what it's all about, all you have to do is copy the link, and then file load from cloud. And if you've copied it correctly, then the string will show up right in here. And then you just load it. The links that I'm going to talk about, you can also download those, a lot of training links, etc. I'm going to talk about a subscription to Trade Ideas. All right, so you can see there is a promo code right there, Barry for Alpha for 15% off. Click on my home page, all right? A lot of other links, including that link for a subscription. So if you click on my home page, and there's the promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, 15, 1-5, first month only, or the entire year. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, you'll be brought to this page. We have 4 plans. We have an annual premium, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard, which I'm going to go over in a bit, is the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people take the premium service. They want to have access to the AI. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can perfectly, you can use a monthly plan. The standard monthly is $118 less the 15%, and the premium is $228 less the 15%. Again, that discount is only good for the first month. If you do decide you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the promo code. On my homepage, you'll also have the Trade of the Week. Trade of the Week is NIO this week, NIO. It gets delivered to your inbox about usually about 45 minutes before the market opens on every Monday morning. I do a daily recap, usually do it around 1 o'clock, kind of what's happened in the room up to that point. All of the webinars and training links are here. I want to put that one link in here. If you are brand new to Trade Ideas, I really suggest that you take a look at the 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you can go at your own speed. They're very quick, actually. So when you click on right there, for the daily webinars and all, 20 lessons in 20 days. You click on Take the Lessons, and here they are. So, what is a top list? What is an alert window? Building them. All of the basic features of Trade Ideas. So even if you're not a subscriber, you can click on that link and you can see some of the basic features that we do have. Also, the daily support sessions. So I monitor the YouTube. We have 2 feeds going. I monitor the YouTube feed between 9 and noon. It's exactly the same as this. They see my screen and can hear me. But the room you're in right now, a lot more interactivity with traders, and it's a lot easier for me to share links. But I do take a break between 12 and 12:30, so you can always join the YouTube feed. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1. Free trading room is there. The daily webinars, the webinars are Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. And educational videos, lots of educational videos here. And some ebooks, trading books and documents. So that's all available from my home page. Okay? Now I do want to go over the AI. All right, so the AI has 50 baselines, what we call baseline strategies, 50 of them. And so once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine to optimize the 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened Friday afternoon once the market closed. Oh, quite a few actually. Wow, a little insane here, I think. A lot of strategies made the cut. You know, making the cut had the right profit percentage or profit factor and win percentage combination. These are the ones that made the cut. So I haven't seen as many making the cut in a long, long time. Now, how I would watch the AI, obviously you need our premium service. I would click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Not this window above it, but the Trades window. When you do that, you will see the AI alerts as they come in. You'll have an entry price, you have a stop, you manage the trades as you see fit. And again, I've not seen that many making the cut. Okay, so that is basically the AI, guys. I mean, you have our premium service, and you just, you see the alerts as they come in. They're real-time alerts, and there's a stop price, and, manage them as you see fit. Now, what I want to show you here is, this is the Brokerage Plus window. And you can only access it from the app. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. So from the toolbar, click on New. And Brokerage Plus, this is the window that will load. And you can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade if you have an Interactive Brokers account. You just connect to Interactive Brokers, and then you can use this window to trade your Interactive Brokers account. I'm going to pop a video in here. It's going to show you exactly how you can do all that. So it's called the Brokerage Plus intro. And you can do things like set up one-click trading. See, well, let me connect first. So you see one-click trading. Oops. So you can set up ahead of time your buying or shorting parameters that you want to use. So you see an alert and you just pick how you want to trade it. Watch that video, it's all covered in there. Now, the other way to use Brokerage Plus, for a lot of you, especially if you're new to trading, this is a great simulator, paper trader. Okay, all you have to do is connect to the simulated trading. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you're using, it's using our real-time data. And it's very, very simple to use. When you click on an alert, the symbol shows up in the box. You pick how many shares you want to trade. If you're shorting it, you sell on the price. If you're shorting it, you sell, and if you're going long, you buy. Very, very, very simple to use. So let's just take a trade to show you how you can do it. Let's take Ford, all right? Take a couple hundred shares of Ford. I can go in at the market because there's only a 1 cent spread. So I just took 782. So it filled me at 782. Always have a stop. I'm going to put my stop here. There's a 5-minute candles right there. Looks like a pretty good support area. So I can just right click, add the stop order. Just put it a little underneath that. 769. Add it and you'll see it's going to appear right on the chart. So if Ford goes down to 769, it'll take me out for a $26 loss. I can put a target. Say I want to put a target of, this is just for demo purposes. I'm going to put a target, say at $8. And you're going to see that this will show up on the chart. Hard to see on the daily because it's up here, but right there. So there's a line right there. And it would actually show, it's hard to see here on the monthly, but it looks like if it went up there, took me out at 8, I'd make 35. Down here, I'd lose 26. Now these lines are movable. You can move them anywhere you want. So I like to say if you can use it like a trailing stop. If the trade starts working well, you can start moving your stop. Put it on areas of the chart that make sense. A support area that if it broke down through it, you probably want to be out of the trade. Meanwhile, VUZI, look at this one ripping here. Okay, now these are hotkeys. So if I want to get out of a position, I just flatten my position, get out. Just get out. I can get at a half or I can double. I could do it right on the chart if I wanted to. If I drag this up to where the price is, it would take me out. You don't have to use the chart to do all that. You can, of course, come right into the box. If I want to trade 100 shares, I just pick 100 shares, pick the price I want to get out at, and I sell. Okay, so I really, really encourage you to use our simulator before you commit your money to the market. Practice trading, okay, before you commit your money to the market. Okay, so the market is still pretty strong. All the indices are up, so there's no disconnect there. Boy, that SPTN really reversed. And there's a cross. Also, there. Shoot, I wish I'd seen that cross. So there's that 8 EMA crossing above the 20 SMA, right around 2025. Okay, so VUZI is not a super low float. Let's see if there's any. So there is some news on it. Company reports SHL Group deploys Vuzix smart glasses for business continuity, training, and remote inspection. So there is a little bit of news for VUZI. Boy, the EV sector has been all over the place today. Well, okay. Last week's high for Tilray was 675, 646 now. All right, JAKK could have a resumption here. Five kind of held, and all the way down to 479. It's sitting at five right now. JAKK. Can't see how they could be doing well. It offers Halloween and everyday costumes for various ages based on license and proprietary, etc., etc. Hmm. That's JAKK. Seems like it'll be a pretty bleak Halloween this year. Just wish this had a lower float. APHA 287 million in the float. So Lenny, if you want to trade using Brokerage Plus, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account. Okay? Just answering somebody on YouTube. You need an Interactive Brokers account. Well, I mean, I think it's pretty good, but I wish it didn't have so much in the float. But you know, the volume is pouring in. I mean, it's got great volume, almost four times normal, but it is a big, big float. It's just, you know, how much more can it go? Okay, so ATXI is making a new low here. Had an FDA response letter. Obviously not good. The lows in the pre-market were around 450. There's no real support for this ATXI. Meanwhile, okay, so CEI, a little bit choppy, but look at it now. Remember last week this got up to 143. The high on Friday was 115 or 117ish. Now VUZI, guys, this is now not really a red bar ignored, not quite, but boy, this is now, what sort of resistance does it have on the weekly chart? I have to go back, well, we have to go back 2 years before we see these levels for VUZI. Yeah, you're right. The SPY is not basing anymore. It is a little bit of a surge here. All right, guys. CEI continues. The next high looking left on that daily chart is 116. Yeah, now this is really, that's a great looking daily candle for VLDR, taking care of all this now. Well, look at this one, hologram cloud, WIMI. Look at the room. I bet you, well, this might get halted. One more pop like this and it might get halted. WIMI. Well, I don't have a low volume. It's a million shares. It's 11 million in the float. Volume is coming in. I wouldn't call that low volume. 300,000 shares on that 2 minute candle. Now it's a 11 million in the float. Let's see how well this holds a 6. And looking left on that week, I mean, this has got some room for sure, maybe to the 7 level. I mean, looking left on that 635 is the next high looking left, or 622, 635, but they may not stall it, but up here could. Wow, IPOB. I honestly don't know what to do. X1. Well, it's got room. I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly chart certainly is 3 weeks ago, 1589. Okay, I did get that reel. Now look at ATXI really, really giving it up here. All right, guys, sorry about that. Just having a little discussion here. Two discussions going. WIMI continues, guys. Low float, 11 million in the float. All right, well, their WIMI definitely hit a block right there at 630 for a bit anyway. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Okay, well, this is probably my premise on this one. The LIZI was to see if it could. Ow, sorry. See if it could hold this 4 level, but it doesn't look like it's going to. Did it work today? What? So for the first time in history, JKS did not pop off 10 o'clock. Well, CEI marching here, 20 million in the float, so it's a pretty low float. This will easily trade the float today. Oh, guys, I'm glad this one triggered. RVP has been on a night. Look at the run it's had. It's been in my watch list for a while. Just hasn't triggered because the relative volume was always low. But today, and I didn't see it, unfortunately. I don't know what I was doing at 11 o'clock, but at 9:05, there's the price. So I'm going to watch this one. I really like this one, RVP, because look at the room it's got. I mean, this was, recall these weeks where it just kept running and running and running and running. Then it pulled back these 4 weeks, based. Now it looks like it's trying to get a bit of a run again. Bit of a spread issue, 5 cents for a $9 stock. There's the link, Amy. All right, guys, just a word. I mean, the ALEC, if you're in the ALEC from the AI, I don't mind talking about it now. The alert was at, I'm not in it, but 1020, and there it is. But, be aware, looking left, 1074 and 11 could be where it's going to stall. So just so you know. Really watching this RVP. All right, so I'm in it at 9:30, the RVP, and pretty tight stop. Let's see where it goes from here. RVP. Oops. I wish I'd seen it back here at 9:05, but yeah, just sensitive mic. That's all it is. Well, I'm not on the radio, so I just wasn't talking. That's all. Just kind of scouring to see anything else that might be of interest. Okay, so Naya was getting back up to that trigger area of 22. You guys can hear me, right? Just want to make sure everything looks fine in my end. Yeah, okay, thank you. Wow, look at a nice move for the SPY. Wow, nice big green candle there. Yes, 2 minute. Yeah, 2 minute, 2 minute. 1986, you're absolutely right. Okay. All right, let's see if that works and see if that 5 minute can catch up also. Think you're real? Let's see if that. Yeah, I was mentioning that one, Amy. Just if you're in it, just be aware of where that potential resistance is. All right, guys, I took some out at 950 for the RVP. Oops, this might knock me out. And that's where the cross was. I'm going to give it a little bit more room, but this might knock me out. Let's see how well that holds. All right, guys, I'm out of that CGC. I might short it again, but I'll watch it again, see if it takes it out again. But right now, especially if that crosses, if we can somehow get a cross going here. But look at that, it's starting to curl up a little bit, so a little indecision, in my opinion. Okay, well, Jack is back. This is, all right. So all out of the RVP. I may get back in if it gets back over 950. Turned out to be just a kind of a quick trade. I was hoping it would get a little bit closer to the 10 level, but it may happen later on. How's the MJ doing? Yeah, it's just kind of pausing here a little bit, so not dragging CGC down with it. Well, the market is definitely ripping higher here. How do you feel more comfortable in the CGC if we get a 5 minute break on the short? If that 80 MA curls or pierces that 20 SMA in the 5 minute. Thank you, Marcus. You too. All right, guys. Well, my alerts have sort of dried up. It's interesting. I'm not getting too many alerts, even though the market is ripping higher here. Oh, what a fantastic alert this was. 1779. It's 1860 now. I did have the pullback, but before that, that was $1. In the RVP, 905, it got up to 960. And this is the only one I don't think that worked. LIZI. I mean, a little bit, and we got up to 476. So, and then this definitely worked on the downside for a bit. 1484. In fact, it looks like it wants to have another leg down. So far so good on the watch list. From the time of the alert and the price of the alert, certainly could have made money in all four, but especially the VLDR. Okay, CGC now starting to curl a little bit again. Just let's see if they can cross down below that 5 minute. All right, guys. Well, let's say I'm not getting too many new alerts. Yeah, just too bad. I was really hoping this RVP would get closer to 10. All right, guys. I'm just going to put myself on mute for about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I don't know about shorting these cannabis stocks. APHA, little pullback here, nice little pop. The sector just looks strong. Can't believe I'm saying that, but the sector does look strong now. And look at the volume that came in, half a million shares. It's a big float, but it is trading a lot today. And that's the APHA. I mean, it might still happen. I mean, I'm looking at that 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. The 20 SMA is curling up here, and maybe, just maybe, man, I'm not getting any new alerts. It's funny, I'm seeing a lot of stocks just fading as opposed to ripping higher with the market. Some of the cheaper ones, anyway. Yeah, I mean, look at them all. All these ones, these cheaper ones that were flying high earlier, even though the market is moving. Again, they're not, they're totally independent of the market, typically, these cheap ones, but they're certainly not holding. Well, I always have it paused. I rarely use it. I mean, and it's paused because to have it, do you know what surfing does? Maybe you don't know what surfing does. It'll take a look at the top three symbols as you have them sorted in a top list window and just keep cycling through them all day long. But I mean, there's no point. The minute you click on an alert, it's going to stop the surfing. Make sense? Okay. Welcome. Well, RVP right back up. Why'd you do this on me? Yeah, I mean the surfing mode is cool if you just want to kick back and you have some top list windows, and it'll cycle through the top three of them, top three symbols in your top list, as you have them sorted. You can sort in different columns in the top list windows, of course, and you go through the top the three, and then it'll move on to the next top list window, the next one, the next one, the next one. It'll just keep cycling through them all, loading the charts. But when you're doing what I'm doing, clicking on alerts, it just stops it just stops the surfing automatically. Are you talking about the channel? I don't look at it at all, Amy. Are you talking about the channel, the short squeeze channel? I mean, I have, I have a percentage here, but I don't specifically look at the short squeeze channel. I mean, there's so many channels. I mean, the channels are great, especially if you're starting out, to take a look at all the different channels that we've got. Take a look at the individual scans within the channels. You might see something you like. You can always save it to the cloud, sort of extract the different scans or different top lists within each channel. But, you know, I've just designed the way I like to trade around these windows. And the single stock window will always tell me, you know, what the short float percent is and all of that. You know what's making a move here, guys, is JE. JE is making a move over 7. Boy, got down to 664. Of course, this had a huge move in the pre-market. Boy, APHA, super strong. This is called the single stock window. Just click on new and single stock window. Okay, and then you can create your own. I mean, these are just filters, and I've created the filters that I want to see, but you may have a completely different idea. Okay, did you understand that? So it's new single stock window. Well, I can give you this if you want, sure. But understand, these are just filters, okay? So for instance, if I right click, configure, and columns, these are just filters. You can add whatever you want. These are just, there's nothing that fancy about it. These are just filters from our filter list. All right, so Spartan, man, so it had that big move higher. Now it's back at 20. Yeah, I'm staying away from trying to short these cannabis plays right now. They're just too strong. Strong sector. All right, Kern. Now, what did Kern? Oh yeah, so Kern. Okay, so this is on my watch list, not because now it's already, it's only up 18 cents and all, but it's on the watch list in case it can take out this right there, which is around 475. So I wanted to put it on the watch list. It may not have like the great move today, but if it can take out 475, then just look left on that weekly chart. It has room. So that's why Kern is on the watch list. Not so much based on what it might do today, but if it can tomorrow or sometime this week pop through this area. GMI is making a move and it's now above almost. Let's see what happens here. There's yesterday or Friday's, well, yesterday, trading day. High is 1180, so it just about got there. Again, this is a very interesting swing trade, guys. Okay, pushing through now the high of Friday. Well, you can do one of two things. You can copy the link. It's probably, but if you click on the link, if you just click on the link, it should show up in a new browser or tab. Okay, and then you just copy it, highlight it, copy it. Once it's copied, then file load from cloud. And there's the link right there. Should show up right there in the box, and then you just load it. Have you taken a look at our basic 20 lessons in 20 days? Because that's kind of a basic. You know, like cloud links and all that. You know, the one called Intro to the Cloud 12. Okay, that covers kind of how you can save everything to the cloud and loading links, etc. Thank you, Sean. Okay. All right, so I want to watch Kern, but again, as I said before, Kern to me has to take out 470 and 475 before it could get really rocking. So that's why I have an alert set up around 475 for KERN. All right, so in case you want to, Sean will be in the YouTube feed today between 12 and 1. I'll put the link into the room. I'll be taking a break. I'll be taking a break in this room between 12 and 12:30. All right, guys, as I said, I haven't got very many new alerts. Okay, WIMI could get interesting. It's just basing at 6, just a little over 6. And, as always, though, got to wait for volume. What did it get up to? 641. So just, have to wait for some volume to push it higher. Kind of liking this BE. I mean, a lot of these ones just got kind of hit hard for whatever reason. These EV plays, but they appear to be, no, this one isn't though. Plug is not. BE is kind of trying to recover a little bit, but plug is not. Yeah, so NIO's been kind of all over the place. So this is the trade of the week. It did trigger. You didn't have to take it immediately, of course, but if you did take it, 22 was the trigger. Now that is the 10. No, that's the 20. So there's your stop if you're using the 20 SMA, which is going to be right now around $20. The 10 SMA would be a little higher. I don't know where it is, but up to you, of course. Is it really? Yeah, wow. All right, guys, so I'm getting closer to my break. Probably another 5 minutes or so, I'll be on a break. Okay, so I do see Tilray starting to move down. I do see CGC starting to move down. And actually, Tilray and CGC are looking the same. Now, there's actually maybe a cross forming on that. Kind of waiting for that to happen, the 5 minute. There's the 80 MA, maybe crossing down below the 20 SMA. Is it still halted? No, it's halted because of news. Whatever that news might be. MDLY? Yeah, I mean, I did see the news at 8:05, but obviously some subsequent news to that. Yeah, but it is a news halt, so I mean, news halts can go days. Well, look at this Vuzi. What a base here. If it ever gets some volume, keep an eye on this one. In fact, what I should do is I'm just going to stick, where did I get up to? 518. I'm going to stick an alert just over 5 for VUZI. See if it gets some volume and pops it through 5. Just have to wait. I don't know. Yeah, just have to wait. Unless there's, if you go to the NASDAQ site, they may indicate when it might open, but I don't know if it's, I mean, they did have news this morning. Maybe it's a clarification of it. I don't know. This was the news. Rallies on selling MCEC senior loan strategy. Full article. Net proceeds of 41 million and 6.6 million. So they did have some news, but maybe I don't know. They want to clarify it more. Well, this is what I kind of wanted SPTN to do earlier. SPTN now giving up 20 in a fairly big way. Okay, market putting in maybe its first red bar so far on the 15-minute. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's been 2 hours straight up. So now this is the first little red bar. I guess the opening candle was a mild red bar. So let's wait and see what happens here. This bar is getting bigger and bigger. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in here. Just waiting for Sean to get into that YouTube feed. So So I'm still here, just waiting for him to show up. You did figure it out? You did figure, okay, good. So that's that every link, it shouldn't take time. Really shouldn't take any time at all. I mean, once you do it, I mean, if I click on a link here, my scans, and I click on this link right there, it shows up here, copy it, and then load it. File, load from cloud, and there's the link right there, and load it. So, I don't know, I mean, I mean, once you do it a few times, it might, just take seconds. Well, good. I thought what you meant was it was not loading for you or things like that. No, it's still best WL. JMIA guys, I say, I mean, this is not a recommendation, but this is a very interesting swing trade look. Okay, if you think that, I mean, this has got a ton of room, JMIA. Did Citron come out today with their little recommendation on JMIA? I know they teased on Friday, and then they said they would be putting something out today, I believe, anyway. All right, Sean, I see you there. Okay, so I'm going to stop. So Sean is in the YouTube feed, so I'm going to stop my feed.
Thanks for the handoff, Barry. This is Sean here. We'll get started with the Q&A in just a couple minutes. So stand by. Enjoy the music if you can hear it. Okay, everybody. Hello, it's the top of the hour. Let's get started. This is the live Q&A, the Trade Ideas live Q&A. We do these every day, every trading day, I should say, at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. So if you're here, that's what you're in for. And I see at least 50 of you logged in on YouTube, so welcome. If you've never heard my voice before, my name is Sean, Chicago Sean on Twitter. Happy to be here. Happy to be of service. So, for those of you who are timers here and aren't familiar with what we're doing, this is a open Q&A format. I don't have a itinerary of topics to discuss. I have a few things in mind that we might get into, but this is really meant to be a free form content driven by you, the attendees, to talk about the software. This is not a forum to talk about trade ideas, to talk about different stocks and whether you're bullish or bearish, or thoughts on movements of stocks. We might get there if we get bored. But no, this is meant to be for people to ask questions about the software, to learn how to use the tool, to get the most out of the tool that they can. Also, this is open to subscribers and non-subscribers alike. So if you're a non-subscriber to Trade Ideas and you're curious about what the software can do, go ahead and throw me in some questions, and I'm happy to demo anything that I can. I'll give my standard disclaimer that I give every week when I host these on Mondays, and that is I can answer most of your questions, but I don't have the answers to all of your questions, so I'll do my best to point you in the right direction for things that I cannot answer. Okay, Brian, I see you in there. You seem to have the first question. I have a question about connecting my active interactive brokers account to Trade Ideas. Well, what specifically do you need help with? With the Brokerage Plus window right here, all you simply need to do is hit connected and go to the Interactive Brokers Connect and enter your client ID and hit connect. Now, there's probably some additional steps here. We have a video. We're not going to get into the nuts and bolts of that here, but I have a video that I will share a link in the questions panel for you to watch. It will walk you through the entire steps. So 1 second, let me pull up that video for you. Dig through the old archives. Here it is. Okay, there is the video to connect IB account to Brokerage Plus. Your client ID, that's unique to Interactive Broker, so you have to look on your brokerage account. It should show you, if you've launched Trader Workstation, it should show you your IB account number somewhere. But yeah, Brian, go through that video there. It'll walk you through the whole steps to get not only connected, but to get some strategies going and auto trade highly if you're interested. That video kind of covers it all, soup to nuts. Michael did a great job doing those videos. So once again, feels like a broken record, and anyone who follows me on Twitter knows it's a broken record, but it's a bull market, you know. Look at this S&P chart right here. This is a 15-minute. These are 15-minute candles. Here's going back 4 days. I mean, just look at this unrelenting trend higher. Today, even picking up a little bit of steam. Are we going back to all-time highs in SPY, SPY? It certainly feels like it. I mean, we're one more green day away from new highs. I mean, it could happen. I don't know if it'll happen today. It could happen tomorrow, though. Certainly could happen this week. I coming off the weekend, I had some discussions with some friends. A couple of them were actual traders, and a couple more were not really traders, but they've got a 401k and they're invested in the markets. And the conversation, of course, came up about the election and politics and blah blah blah. And the general tone across all of them was that they were very bearish based on politics and whatever. And I said, look, guys, you can't be trading your politics in this market. Only price pays. And right now, price action is telling you the markets are going higher. And I'm not one to argue with that. We could argue politics and macroeconomics and Fed all day long, but none of that will make us any money. Only price pays. Anyway, sorry about that little riff. You're welcome, Brian. Yeah, that video, like I said, that'll get you all hooked up. And if you run into any additional problems, Brian, you could always send us an email. I'm going to type the email here, info@trade-ideas.com. That's the best place to get connection questions answered. So if you run into any snags, just send us an email. And if it's during market hours, we'll get back to you really quick and get you in the right direction. So for those of you who don't know, Brian's talking about connecting our Brokerage Plus module to an Interactive Brokers account, because with Brokerage Plus, you have the ability to send actual trades, live trades from our platform direct into any connected Interactive Brokers account. I shouldn't say any brokerage account at Interactive Brokers. You have to have a pro account with Interactive Brokers. Yes, that's the one they charge commissions on. Everybody wants to open up their light account with the free commissions, and for whatever reason, Interactive Brokers only allows API trading with their commissionable brokerage accounts. But the good news is their commissions are very cheap. They've always been very cheap. So no big deal. If you're a serious trader, you won't mind those commissions at all. And yeah, so with a connected Interactive Brokers account, you can send manual trades from Trade Ideas using these buy and sell buttons you see here on my screen. Or you can upload your own strategies into Brokerage Plus and have it auto trade for you. Or you could even auto trade the Holly AI. These are all the active strategies for Holly AI today. I don't have them at auto trading. You can see here in this column where it says off across the board. But you can auto trade these simply by right clicking and enable selected strategy. I could turn that on. Look at that. Now it's on and it would auto trade for me. I don't want it to, so I'm going to turn it off. Disable. There we go. But that's some really cool stuff that you could do with a connected trading account with Interactive Brokers. Before you ask the questions, I know the questions are coming. Can I do that with E-Trade? Can I do that with Thinkorswim, with TD Ameritrade, with Schwab, Fidelity? Not yet. We hope to have that functionality up someday. We move at the pace of the brokers, not our pace. So your beef is with them, not with us. All right, so folks, just a reminder, this is this hour, from now until the top of the next hour, this content will be driven by you, the watchers/listeners. I don't really have anything prepared to talk about, so this is for you. So please come in with your questions, otherwise we're gonna have nothing to talk about. We're gonna have a lot of dead air. I got some music playing, so at least we can have that going. You know what I will do, since we do have some dead air right now, you can see all my open positions here in Brokerage Plus. Now, I'm connected to the simulated trading. These are not actual trades. Unfortunately, got a lot of open profits here, which would be nice. I'm demoing Brokerage Plus, and doing swing trading using Holly. All these trades in here that came through, all these tickers and positions I'm in, these were all ideas that came from the Holly AI. I'm going to, right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through all my open positions and just adjust my stop losses where necessary. So got a daily chart up here. Let's stretch this out just a little bit. Okay, or actually, no, it's not stretched out. Let's just zoom in a little. Let's do that. I'm going to zoom in on the chart. Adjust my stop loss levels. Now, Penn obviously is my big winner. I'm up. I got $4,000 of open profits here. This is a trade that when I put it on, I originally only risked $200. So 20 to 1 reward on risk. That's what swing trading offers you. I've been in this trade since, you can see right here, July 27th is when I entered this trade. So still in it, still riding it. It's coming back though. It's getting close to my stop loss level. You can see my stop loss level right here on the chart. And these stop loss levels are drag and drop. So if I wanted to adjust my level, I could just drag and drop, but I'm not going to because I like where my stop loss level is. But let's cycle through my open positions and see if we have any other stops we can adjust. I'm going to leave that one where it is for now. It looks good. Now, I'm probably not going to adjust a whole lot because I think I went through this on Friday and I adjusted the stops on most of my open positions. So probably nothing to do yet. This one I'm tempted. I'm tempted to move my stop. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave that. Now, guys, this is not a scientific endeavor that I'm doing right here. This is 22 years of gut level experience here. I'm just eyeballing charts and looking for obvious levels where the trend is either broken, where obvious levels where the trend is broken, and that's where I'm looking to get out. So far I haven't seen any stops that I want to adjust. And good rule of thumb, and this is just best practice for anybody, you never move your stops down, okay? Like, I could be real tempted in pen to be like, oh no, I got such a big winner and I want to keep riding it and it's getting close to my stop loss. Maybe I should drag my stop loss level down a little bit. Nope. Once you move it up, it's set in stone. Don't ever adjust it. That's bad form if you do that. So let's go through my open positions and see if there's any other stops that need to be adjusted. I think they're all probably pretty good because, like I said, I adjusted these on Friday. Okay, you know what? I'll do this one. Let's move this stop loss level up below this gap that happened right here on October 5th. If we fill that gap, probably means that trade is not going to continue. I'm being a little aggressive there, but I just wanted to show you guys something. But see how I just dragged my stop loss level up? Pretty nice, right? Pretty easy. This stock, has it printed a new high yet? Oh, it did print a new high. Okay, nice. Okay, this one I'm just nitpicking here, but I'm gonna drag my stop loss level to my break even. See this where this blue horizontal line is? That's my entry price. That's where I got in. So I'm just gonna drag this up just a little bit, a little smidge, to approximately break even. Don't want to let profits turn into a loss. Again, I'm just nitpicking. Notice, by the way, I want you guys to observe that on the stop loss level, if you've never seen this before, it shows my stop loss order. So closing order to stop at 37.43. So 37.43 is where Brokerage Plus will exit the trade if it trades down there. And you'll notice this negative 128.72. That's the P&L that I will walk away with approximately if my stop loss order gets triggered right there. So if I exit the position, I will walk away with a $128 loss. Now, if I look at my blotter down here, you can see I'm sitting on an open gain of about 256 right now. So this is a winning trade at the moment. But all this is saying is if this stock were to roll over and hit my stop, then at that level, my trade would turn from a winner to a approximately $128 loser. So that's what that's telling you. Okay, let's keep going. I think the rest of these stops are going to be all right. You know what? I've been in this trade since September 25th. That's long enough. Let's at least I'm going to drag my stop just to my break even at least. You know, I've been in this stock for 3 weeks. I don't want to turn into a loser now. Okay, the rest of these are looking pretty good, I think. Let's see. Got a lot of positions on. NIU. Okay, I'm going to drag this stop up just a little bit, just to be a little bit more aggressive. That Upwork, I don't know. I'm feeling good about that Upwork. I think that thing's just going to have a real big pop. Don't know. Don't know for sure. Can never know, but it feels like it. All right, folks, I just adjusted all my stops. And I see no more questions have come in, so that's a bummer. Folks, this is a live Q&A driven by you, the audience. So any questions you have about the software you need help with, please throw them in here and I'm happy to help. Otherwise, it's going to be a quiet stretch between now and the time I pass it back to Barry at the top of the hour. Barry will take it into the close with the live trading room. Dre, you're welcome. You're welcome. Omar, good question. So Omar is asking, what info am I looking for to swing trade? He gives an example, a bull flag breakout? No, it's actually quite simple. And I'm glad you asked. This will give us something to talk about for a little bit. You'll notice here on my channel bar on the left-hand side, I've got a custom channel here called AI Swing. So let's launch that. Let's bring that up. And this is the channel, again, this is a custom channel that I've created for myself, and all of you Trade Ideas subscribers have the ability to create your own layouts, and I would encourage you to do so. It's best to have a layout that just shows you the things you want to see and none of the stuff you don't want to see. So with this layout here, and a little sidebar real quick, Stan, I see your question. Yes, you do have to have a TI Pro to have Brokerage Plus. It's the downloadable version of Trade Ideas on a Windows machine. You have to have that. You will not have Brokerage Plus access on the web version. So anyway, back to Omar, back to his question. So this is what I do, folks. Many of you are aware of Holly, our AI channels. And Holly is built in service of day trading. So all the trades that come through Holly, those are trades that she's out of by the end of the day. She doesn't hold any positions overnight. Well, what I've done is in my custom layout, I've built a little window here. This window here shows me all the trades Holly has done so far today, all the long trades. Okay, I've got a filter set up right here to only show me the long strategies. I don't care about the short strategies because my preference is I like to swing trade from the long side. I don't like to take short side swing trades. Just my preference. If you like to swing short, go ahead. By all means, do it. But I like to trade on the long side, so I'm only looking at the long trades that Holly's put on today. So what I do, and I typically do this at the end of the day. Why do I wait till the end of the day? Because by the end of the day, the last hour of the trading day, Holly is typically not entering any new trades. Most of the trades that she's put on for the day are going to be already entered before we get into the last hour of the day. It's very rare that she'll enter a trade in the last hour. It happens from time to time, but very rare. And now here's the thing that's important to say about Holly is that the strategies that make up the Holly AI, they're all different. And every one of these trades that she's entered today, she's gotten into for different reasons. But the important thing is the reason, the trigger, the catalyst that caught Holly's attention, that got her into the trade in the first place, that has the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks if we're lucky. The trigger could have been anything from a stock making a new all-time high to a stock crossing a significant moving average or breaking through a resistance level or an uptick in insider buying. There's hundreds of alerts that Holly uses or triggers that Holly uses to get into trades. And those alerts and triggers, they don't artificially become worthless, or they don't become worthless at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes. That's just an artificial constraint we've placed on the platform in service of day trading. Those catalysts, like I said, have the potential to push a stock for several days or several weeks if we're lucky. So with that in mind, that gives me a little bit of added confidence of knowing that if I select some swing trades from these open trades today, I've got a little bit of an edge working in my favor. Even if the edge is just a 51-49 edge, right? A little bit better than a coin toss. Any trader who's been around this business long enough knows that if you've got an edge that works in your favor, the best way to exploit that edge is to execute against it as often as possible. And the more opportunities you have to execute against that edge, the more likely you are to reap the rewards of that edge. So with that said, all these long trades have a little bit of edge I'd like to try to explore. Now, you'll notice I got these trades sorted by price. I don't like to trade the stocks that are below 10 bucks a share. So this AR, this Lizzie, this MTNB, I'm going to ignore those. I don't want to trade those. So I'll start at ALEC. And then the next thing I do is across the top, I've got 4 charts. And they're all the same symbol, but they're different time frames. So starting from the left, I got a monthly chart, then a weekly chart, then a daily chart, and then a 5-minute chart. All I care about in this stage is looking at the monthly and weekly charts. All right. Sorry for the pause there. I got distracted. All I care about is the monthly and weekly charts. I'm looking for stocks that have a long-term trend in play. Again, remember, I'm looking to do long swing trades. So I want to have I want to have the wind in my sails. I want the monthly chart and the weekly chart to be showing some kind of upward momentum. This stock clearly does not have any upward momentum, so not interested. Let's move along to Levi. Levi, same thing. I don't like this chart. It's down and to the right, down and to the right on both of those charts. I don't like it. Let's move on. Okay, here we go. Potential trade. Monthly chart looks good. We're at all-time highs. Weekly chart confirms that. We're going straight up. These are the types of stocks I want to put swing trades on. The last step for me is I've got this single stock window here. I'm looking for a couple things of confirmation. Number one, I want the market cap to be north of 500 million. Okay, I don't like trading micro cap stocks. So for me, the base level is 500 million. Check. This one satisfies that. The next thing, average daily volume. I want the stock to at least trade 100,000 shares a day, preferably 500,000 shares a day would be ideal. Again, check. So I like the chart. Holly's in it. And it checks all my fundamentals. Great. This is a trade I will get into. So Omar, going back to you, that's really my process. It's pretty simple like that. I use Holly as my bullpen to find me trades that are setting up with nice trends. And if I like the trend and the stock meets my minimum parameters of market cap and daily volume, then I'm in. I'm going to buy it. I'll buy it at the end of the day today. I'll go through this, like I said, in the last hour of the day, and that's when I'll put these trades on. That's how every single one of these trades that you see open positions right now in Brokerage Plus, that's how every single one of these open positions were initiated. They were found going through this process. And here, I'll leave you with this final thought about swing trading. You might think that, and some of the guys I work with here think I'm a little cavalier about how I enter my positions. Like you'll notice I didn't even pay attention to the daily chart or the 5-minute chart, the intraday chart. Like I don't care what the stock's doing right now. I'm playing for the bigger trend, right? If it's down, fine, great, I get a better entry. I'm not so worried about sweating it out for a tick. I just want to get into big trends, okay? Now, here's the thing about swing trading, and I might be preaching to the choir for some of you here, but for me, I can't stress this enough. With swing trading, and really this is true on any time frame, whether you're an intraday trader, a swing trader, or a long-term investor, if you were to look at every trade that you did over any extended period of time, you will notice that all of your trades had 4 outcomes. There's one of 4 outcomes every trade can have. You could have a small winner, a small loser, a big winner, or a big loser. Those are your 4 options, really. Let's pretend we don't have any scratch trades. So your job as a trader on any time frame is, out of those 4 outcomes, if you could simply eliminate your big losing trades, do not take any big losers, and let the rest of the trades work out the way they work out, I promise you, you'll come out ahead over the long run. Because here's what happens. Out of those 4 scenarios, if you've taken the big loss off the table, so you never have a big loss because you have stop losses and you're managing your stops very well, if you take out the big losses, then you're left with small losses and small wins. The small losses and small wins will offset each other, and you'll basically be flat. Okay? Nothing to write home about. But it's the big winners. It's those handful of big winners that will make all the difference and where all of your profits will come from. And I could tell you, folks, and I'm talking from experience this year. I mean, this is true any time frame, but this year in particular, since I started managing this swing trade portfolio, I've done approximately 220 trades, I think, in calendar year 2020. Maybe like 215 trades, I think. I have to look at the tally. I haven't looked in the last few days, but I think it's about 215 trades. And I could tell you with absolute certainty that all of my profits year to date can be mapped to about 10 trades. 10 trades out of 215 trades. Only 10 make all my profits for the year. And this pen trade is one of them that I'm still in right now. This is one of the big winners, and this is all it takes. All these small open positions down here, it's kind of funny. I'm not holding any open losers right now, which is rare. But all these smaller $100 wins, $200 wins, $250 wins, these will offset against similar size losses. Well, actually, I don't take any losses more than $200. I size all my positions so I don't lose more than $200. So a lot of these like under $200 wins here, those will just offset my small losers. But I'm telling you, folks, when you're a swing trader, and I shouldn't say when you're a swing trader, this is true on any time frame, whether you're an intraday trader or a long-term investor. When you really dig into your numbers and you look at all your trades, you will find if you are profitable in the year, you are profitable because you did not take any big losers. You kept your wins or your small wins and your small losses offset each other, and you had just a handful of big winners that made all the difference. That's the game I'm playing, folks. So Omar, I went all over the place there. I hope I answered your questions, but I see a bunch of questions have piled in, so let me catch up here, folks. Okay, Sleuth, what is your takeaway when evaluating the float versus shares traded? I don't pay attention to it, just to be completely honest with you. For swing trading, I don't care, because that really only comes into play when you're talking about micro cap and small cap stocks and penny stocks, and I don't trade that. I don't trade those. The guys here like to tease me because I don't like to trade, cheap stocks, but hey, too volatile for me. So I don't really care about the float versus shares traded. Not important to me. No, Dre, there's no date when other brokers will come online for Brokerage Plus. No ETA I can possibly offer you. I know it's being worked on, but I have no possible date I could possibly offer you. I'm sorry. Omar, so you're currently doing more swing trades and overnight trades, but I'm seeing you are in day trades for weeks. You think probability-wise it is more profitable? Omar, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I like swing trading. This is why I like swing trading. It's not because I've done an exhaustive research that says, oh, swing trading offers me the better possibility to make money over the long run. That's not the case. The reason why I swing trade and why I like swing trading is because I'm too busy during the day to be a day trader. I can't watch every tick of every trade that I'm in. I don't have the mental bandwidth, nor do I have the energy. Day trading is a young man's game, and I'm not a young man anymore. I started trading in 1998. I was a young man then. Back then, I used to do hundreds of thousands of shares traded every single day. I'm not kidding you. My commission bill at my brokerage during those days was $2,000 to $3,000 to $4,000 a day I paid in commissions. If I could get all the commissions back that I paid in my first 4 years of trading, I could be retired right now, easily retired, and living in the lap of luxury. So I don't day trade. So I swing trade only because that just fits my bandwidth, my mental capacity, what I can handle. I'm busy with trade ideas and supporting users like you all day long. And I have some other things that I do, and I do some other trading. I do some options trading, but I can't day trade. So swing trading is what works for me. I'm not saying it's the best thing for everybody, but it's the best thing for me. Okay, 222. Brokerage Plus has lost 9 trades today. Are you saying these should be held for longer time? No, I'm not saying that at all. I don't care what Holly did today. When I'm looking for swing trades, I don't care how the trades are performing today. Again, I'm playing for a much bigger move, right? I don't even pay attention to the daily and 5-minute chart when I'm entering trades. All I care about is the monthly chart and the weekly chart. I'm looking for long-term trends that I can exploit. That's all I care about. So it doesn't matter if Holly made money or lost money today as a day trade on those stocks. The thing that's most important to me is that she identified a catalyst, and I think that catalyst has the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks. That's all I care about. I'm not pinpointing my entries. All right, for Brokerage Plus, I have a $200 loss set with based on stop loss. But why did it exit at $500 stop loss? I don't know. I can't answer that question for you, 222. I don't see what your settings are. I don't know. But if you are getting losses that are not the losses you had planned for, sounds like you need a little help with the platform. There's no, I doubt there's a bug. There's probably something you're doing wrong. Not to pin it on you, of course. But if there's something that's not working the way you think it should, send an email to our live support, info@trade-ideas.com. But yeah, if you are using Brokerage Plus and you're entering positions where you're sizing your positions such that you don't lose more than $200, then if your stop loss gets hit, you should be getting out for approximately $200 loss. Now, caveat being, if this is a trade you held overnight and the stock gapped lower this morning through your stop loss, well, there's nothing, we can't control that. Nobody can control that. You're going to get filled at whatever the opening price is the next day. So if your stock gapped, that's going to be a problem. No stop losses can protect you from that. It'll get you out of the position, but you're going to get out of whatever the market price is when the stock opens. So if you bought a $100 stock and your stop loss was set at 95 and the stock closed yesterday at 101, and then today some bad news came out in the morning and the stock opened at $75, well, unfortunately, you're going to get filled at $75. Nothing you could do on that. That's trading. That's the risk that comes with this game. You might want to check in your Brokerage Plus window. You might want to go to your executions tab and go. I don't have any executions. I haven't done any trades yet, but you might want to look in there. I suspect that maybe what might have happened is you had a trailing stop loss order and your trailing stop got hit, but your original stop was still sitting in the market, still sitting active, and then that thing got hit, and then you got into a trade you didn't think you were going to get into. I don't know. Just see if you see any extra executions on that ticker that you didn't think you should have, and I'll bet you that'll offer you some clues on what happened. Charles, of course you can set mental stops. Nothing wrong with that, but how well do you trust yourself to execute your mental stops? I mean, that's really the question. I mean, mental stops are a good thing to have, but they're not a good thing to have if you're somebody who won't execute no matter what on your mental stop. I don't do mental stops. I always leave my stops in the market, mostly because, like I said earlier, I don't have time to babysit my positions. I'm busy with other things. I'm not watching every tick of the market. I'm certainly throughout the day, I'm always aware of how the broader market is trending and how my portfolio is trending, but I'm not micromanaging each position. Toronto, I have no idea how to help you transfer money quicker with Interactive Brokers. That's a question you'll have to ask them. I don't handle Interactive Brokers support here. I can only teach you how our software works. But if you're having trouble transferring funds with IB, you're going to have to reach out to them and see what you can do to make that faster. I imagine they're going to tell you, well, if you want an instant, then you have to do a wire transfer. That's kind of the standard answer at all brokerages. And if you're having problems connecting Trade Ideas to Interactive Brokers, I shared a link earlier. I'll share it again. Let's see. This is a video that'll show you. I just put it in there in the thing. That video, that YouTube video, will walk you through how to connect your Interactive Brokers account to Trade Ideas. If that doesn't help you, then please send an email to tech support, and one of our technicians will troubleshoot what's going on and get you up and running. Boy, this S&P just wants to keep going higher. Choo choo, we're chugging higher. Look at that. Just unrelenting. I'm going to have to do a trade here in a minute, I think. I think I'm going to have to adjust my position. 222. I'm not saying it's best to swing trade, Holly. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm just saying swing trading works better for me. Okay? I don't day trade. I can't do it. I don't want to do it. So I use Holly for swing trading. that works for me and my time frame and my constraints and my capital. And Toronto, we're all a bit momentum traders here at Trade Ideas, all the guys that work here. I shouldn't say all, but I think if I were to generalize, I'd say, yeah, most of us prefer swing trading. It might be a function of all of our ages. Mike's the young guy here. But Barry day trades. Barry's more of a day trader. And he runs the trading room, as most of you know. So if you're looking for day traders, you want to talk to day traders, Barry's, hang out in the trading room. If you just stay on this channel here, on this YouTube channel, Toronto the Great, when I'm done here at the top of the hour, I'm going to pass it back to Barry, and you'll be right here in the live trading room. You don't need to do anything; just stay right here. Oh no, Chris is younger than Mike. Hi, Chris. So Chris is our newest hire here at Trade Ideas. He joined the team last month. I haven't had the chance to meet you in person, Chris, so I don't know if you're younger than Mike. We'll see. We'll find out. But the average length of the trading service of all the active traders here at Trade Ideas, all of us have been trading. Well, on average, we've been trading for more than 20 years each. I've been trading for 22 years. Dan and Jamie and Steve have probably been trading the longest, 25 years plus. Mike, I think, has been trading for 15 years. So none of us are spring chickens when it comes to trading. That's for sure. Chris, am I crazy, but do you have your name spelled wrong on YouTube? Let's look at this CCC. Well, good to see the troubleshooting seems to be working for you. 222. Yes, Marcus, I am saying that I used Holly as my bullpen to select great swing trades. But do I enter and leave based on Holly's entry? Not at all. I don't care what price she got in, and I certainly don't care what price she gets out, because she's set up to day trade. She doesn't hold any position overnight. No, I don't care about the prices that she gets in and out. All I care is that these stocks here, as you see on my screen, these popped up on her radar today. There's a catalyst that she identified. When I say she, I mean the engine, right? The engine identified a catalyst here that got Holly into the trade in the first place. That's all I care about. There's a catalyst at play. And so I'm trying to leverage the edge that catalyst may offer into a longer term trade. That's how I do it. And it's been working for me. Certainly doesn't hurt that we've been in a robust bull market since March. That certainly doesn't hurt. But that's why I stick with trends. I want to be in stocks that are moving from the bottom left to the upper right on a monthly and weekly time frame. That skews the edge a little bit more in my favor. When Holly finds an edge or a catalyst, that skews my edge a little bit in my favor. Our job as traders over the long run is just to find as many edges as we can and execute them as often as we can. That's the best way for long-term success as a trader. And one of those edges, and a very important edge that anyone can have, is money management. And we talked about it before, the 4 possible outcomes of any trade. If all you do is just remove the potential for any big losing trades from your outcomes, I promise you over the long run, you're going to work out well. As long as you let those winners run, right? You have to have those big winners. The big winners are so important, okay? You can make small winners and small losers all day long, and you're just basically going to spin your wheels and get nowhere. You need to have the occasional big winner. Makes all the difference. All right, folks, so I got about 20 minutes left to hang out with you. Now's your chance to get questions answered. I think I'm caught up in the questions panel. So let's go. Anybody got anything that you want to know about the platform? Software related? Need help building a feature? Need help using a feature? Need help interpreting a feature? Let me know. I'm here to answer your questions. Well, as I said before, we're not really here to talk about stocks, but Lizzie, not a stock I would trade. I'm the wrong guy to ask. $90 million market cap, $4 share price, $3 share price. I got no opinion. My opinion is don't touch it. That's my opinion for it. Okay, Esther, average true range. Okay, good question. Let me launch a top list here real quick. If you want to add a filter for average true range in a top list or an alert window, you go to your search tab and you type in average true range, and there it is. You'll find it. There's the average true range filter. Okay, just add that filter. And here it is right here at the bottom. You could set a minimum and maximum. Oh, actually, I'm showing you how to filter out based on average true range. If you just want to see the average true range show up in your top list when you launch it, the way you do that is, let's go back to the search tab. You select average true range, and instead of adding the filter, you hit show column. Okay, so if I hit show column, that's going to move me over to the columns tab, and you'll see right there, average true range. These are the selected columns. These are all the columns it will show when I launch this window. So if I hit OK, and OK just to launch this position or launch this window, you can see, if I stretch this out a little bit, there's average true range. There's a column for it right there. So I'm not sure if that's what you were asking. So you could see average true range by going through the steps I just showed you. Or you could even filter by average true range. If you want to have a minimum of, say, $1, you could set that. Or maximum, you could set that as well. Esther, let me know if that answered your question. If you need any more clarification, happy to dig into that. All right, success. Answered her question. Okay, we'll put that away. That question was answered. So folks, seems to be running out of steam on questions here. I've got until the top of the hour to answer questions, but if no more questions come in, then maybe we'll move it over to Barry sooner. Yes, Esther, you are correct. In any top list or any alert window, when you put filters in, let's launch one right here. Let me go to my layout here. So I got a top list right here. Actually, no, these are bad examples. Let's go to a different channel. We'll open up the social media channel. So let's dig into this top list right here. This bearish social sentiment top list. So if I go under the hood and take a look at the filters, if I right click, go to configure, and go to the summary tab, you will see that I have in this window, there are 4 filters. Now here's the thing about the filters. For a stock to appear in this window right here, all 4 of these filters have to be satisfied. If any one of these filters is not satisfied by a stock, then that stock will not show up in this window. Okay? And the more filters you add, you could have 50 filters in here if you want. The more filters you add, the stricter your parameters will become, and the fewer stocks you will have show up in this window. And that's a good thing, okay? The reality is there's approximately 8,000 publicly traded stocks in North America, US and Canada. You can't possibly keep up to the minute on every stock. I don't care who you are. You can't possibly do it. So our job as a trader is to leverage a tool like a top list to filter out the stocks you definitely have no interest in trading for whatever reason. Maybe you don't like to trade stocks that are below 10 bucks a share. All right, great. Filter those out. Maybe you don't like to trade stocks that have a micro cap. All right, filter out the micro caps. Maybe you don't like to trade stocks that don't do at least 500,000 shares a day in average trading volume. Great, filter that out. You want to winnow out the stocks you definitely don't want to trade because they're just wasting your time and diverting your attention from where you need to be focusing. And that's the power of a top list. For me, the perfect top list is a top list that only shows me 5 or 10 stocks. Those are the 5 or 10 stocks in the entire universe of stocks that are the only stocks I care about and the only stocks I want to trade. That's how I can trade better, because I can focus my attention on the 10 situations that match up with my interests. As a trader, I can't tell you how important that is. Sleuth, when swing trading, do you utilize a scale in, scale out process? If so, what indications advise you when to do so? No, I don't. I don't scale in, scale out. Again, for me, it's just about keeping my life simple. But I don't hate it. I love scaling in and out. I think that's a great strategy for those who have the time and the resources to do it. What's his name? Mark Douglas has a book, several books. I'm sure you guys have heard of him. But his Trading in the Zone, this is just top of mind because I recently read it. He talks about a real simple process, and this can work on any time frame, whether you're a day trader or a swing trader. But he talks about sizing your positions so that you can exit them in thirds. And what he does is he buys his entire position, or I shouldn't say he does this, but he proposed a strategy that has a statistical edge. And what he says is, why don't you try buying a position in thirds? So let's just say, entering a position and exiting it in thirds. So let's just keep the math simple. Let's say you buy 300 shares and your stop loss is $1 away, whatever the stock is. I don't know. I'll just put up a ticker here. It doesn't really matter. In fact, who cares? Don't even look at that. But let's just say I'm buying 300 shares of a stock and my stop loss is $1 away. Well, he proposes that a long-term edge would exist if, when you buy that stock and it goes your way 50 cents, that's half of what your stop loss is. Remember, your stop loss is $1 away. When a stock goes up 50 cents, sell 1/3 of your position. What you've just done there is you've booked a $50 gain on 100 shares, right? And now, if your original stop loss gets hit, which is $1 away from your original entry, you're going to lose $1 on 200 shares as opposed to the 300 you entered with. You're going to lose $200 in total on those 200 shares that you sold, but you net that against the $50 gain you booked on that first sale, and now your net loss is $150, which is half of your original risk, right? When you first put the trade on, you put on 300 shares, and if the stock immediately reversed and you got sold out $1 lower on 300 shares, you would lose 300. Well, if you just sell 1/3 of your position, if the stock goes 50 cents higher, you've effectively cut your total risk in half. That's a good thing. Then he goes on to say, if the stock goes up another 50 cents up to, so that you're $1 up from your entry, sell another third, book a $100 gain on that. So now you've booked a $100 gain on 1/3, you've booked a $50 gain on 1/3. That's $150 in open profits. And then move your stop loss order on your remaining position to break even. Now you've locked in a $150 gain, and you can free ride on the rest and do whatever you want. Hold it for a bigger move. I mean, that's just a thought. I like that thought, actually. So I like to scale out. But I don't do it myself, mostly because I can't micromanage my positions. I don't have the time. But if you haven't looked into it, or if you want more information on that, Like I said, Mark Douglas talks about that strategy in his Trading in the Zone book. I highly recommend you pick that book up. It's one of those, a handful of books that's a required reading for any trader. Trading in the Zone, Mark Douglas. Go on Amazon right now and buy it. Or if you're like me, go to your local library and check it out. I don't live in Chicago anymore, but I was very spoiled when I used to be a member of the Chicago Board of Trade. Right down the street from the Chicago Board of Trade was the Chicago Public Library, the main building. And the Chicago Public Library has the greatest collection of trading books you'll find in any library. Any trading book you could think of, they had multiple copies of. And so when I worked at the Board of Trade, when I was a member there, often, this was at least once a week exercise for me. During my lunch break, I'd walk down the street. It was like a block away. I'd walk down the street, go into the public library, find the trading section, and just walk the aisles and find a book that looked interesting and pick it out and go read it. And I did that for years when I was a member down there. Yes, I'm a library nerd. Okay, folks, we got 9 minutes till the top of the hour, 8 minutes till the top of the hour. So I'm going to issue last call for questions. So if there's anything else that you're having trouble with the software, you need some insight, now's the time to answer it. Otherwise, I'm going to hand you back to Barry, which, hey, that's a good trade. Barry's a good guy to spend some time with. You're welcome, Sleuth. You are welcome. Okay, folks, last call. I'm not seeing any more questions come in, which is fine. If we tackle everything you needed to know, then great. So last call. If you got questions, now's the time to ask it. I'm going to give you a minute. And Barry is ready to take over. So last call for questions, everybody. Lenny, a good place to go on trade ideas to help you with prices to buy and sell. That sounds like Holly. Spend some time on the Holly channels. If you've got a premium subscription to Trade Ideas, you have access to Holly. And if you go on any one of these Holly channels, you will see all the trades she got into. You'll see, you'll see the prices she got into. You'll see the open positions right here. These are the open positions. These are the closed positions. You'll see all the prices she paid. Prices she got in, prices she got out. Here it is. Entry price. There it is. Entry price 42.04. Marcus, yes, I do recommend getting premium and following Holly. Holly can be a great tool to help you identify great trades. Like we've talked about already with me and my swing trading, like Holly is just a great tool to identify stocks that have an edge. Doesn't mean every trade's going to be a winner. Of course not. Of course not. But in the trades, you're going to come out ahead. DM, I don't know why you're getting an internal server error when trying to open a channel bar. Make sure you're fully connected, for one thing. Logged into your account, not the demo. You don't log in with your Facebook or Google buttons. You log in with the username and password you created when you paid for a Trade Idea subscription. If that's not working, I would suggest shutting Trade Ideas down and relaunching it. And if that doesn't fix it, well, something else is going on. Please send us an email, info@trade-ideas.com. and one of our technicians will help sort you out. All right, DM in Toronto, you know what to do. Send us an email. Sounds like something's up. I mean, I've had no issues on my side. Software's working fine. But I'm sure whatever it is, it's a simple fix. We'll get you going in the right direction. So here, I'm gonna leave you folks with this. I'm gonna type in the email address one more time: info@tradeideas.com. You can get more information there. I'm going to sign off. This has been a good call. We do this every trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Tomorrow you'll have my boy Steve on. We rotate the cast every day, so you get different ideas, different perspectives, different knowledge bases, different trading styles even. So come on back. We're always happy to help. Take care, everybody. I'm going to pass you back to Barry now. Bye-bye.
It holds over 7. I mean, this has got a ton of room. On that monthly chart, let's see, next high, 716, gets through 716, look out. Next high looking left is 1059 on that monthly chart. Yeah, we definitely got an issue going on here. Anybody else trying to get into the channel bars? Getting the 500 error? 500 internal server error? Nope. Interesting. So it depends on the server you're on. Are you talking to me? Cloudflare? No. I see. Okay, I don't. Oh, I see. I see. Well, I'm definitely interested in this WIMI, especially later if it can just base a little bit and not run away too much. I mean, look at the volume. Look at the volume today. So it's traded the float. Probably by the end of the day, it'll easily 2 times the float. Just has to get to 22 million. Maybe 2.5 times the float today. As opposed to this one, this is a mini disaster, this Lizzie, Lizi. I was hoping this one would be the one that kind of based around 4 or 5. That's 4. Just not going to happen. LAC guys, LAC is really trying to do something here, I think. I'm just waiting for Sean to get out of the YouTube feed, and I'm going to be able to do my video. Ah, there we go. So back to normal, no server error now. Have I mentioned JMIA as a potential swing trade, guys? I do a daily video, Marcus, so you can hear me now. Okay, I do a daily video, and I started right now, kind of a summation of what's happened in the room up to this point. You can, so it's nothing to do with the rooms. It gets sent out via email. Not everybody is in the trading room. So before I start it, though, I will pop the link into the room if you want to subscribe to it. So just click on my homepage, click on the link right there, and right there. Watch the daily market recap video right there. You can sign up for it. So we do it in about an hour after I finish, probably around 2:30 to 3 o'clock Eastern time. It gets sent out via email. All right, everybody, I am going to do my video. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute. It shouldn't be 125, but just in case, I always say that just in case I have some technical issues while I'm doing it. So I'm putting myself on mute. right, guys, I'm back. Well, guys, I can guarantee that things are going to start heating up this week and starting really next week. Where earnings season starts kind of tomorrow. I don't care about the big banks, but they do start releasing. There's J.P. Morgan releasing tomorrow before the market opens. Goldman Sachs releases on that is Wednesday before the market opens. Alcoa, the same thing, Wednesday before the market opens. There's Citigroup before the market opens tomorrow. So we have a lot of the big banks. I think Wells Fargo sometime this week. Yeah, so we have a lot of the big banks releasing earnings along with Alcoa. So we will start to get some action. I also think that we're going to get a lot more action out of Holly Neal. Typically during earnings season for maybe a month and a half, typically we get some really interesting Holly Neal alerts. Holly Neal looks for stocks that are trading abnormally in terms of volatility and other filters in place, of course. And we have more of those during earnings season. So and there's Wimmy. Whoa, man. WIMI. Wow, what a move. Look at that move from 716 in a 2 minute candle, 721, all the way up to 777 in a 2 minute candle. Just as I was doing my video, I was saying, keep an eye on this Wimmy. Again, the other one, Vuzi. Now it's not. Wimmy has a lower float, I believe. Yeah, it has 11 million in the float. Vuzi is 34, so it's about 3 times the float. So, but I mean, look at the volume. I mean, look at that volume bar compared to all the previous days. Talk about a snoozer. Ford is just doing nothing. I use this just as a demo to show you how you can use our Brokers Plus to simulate, to do some paper trading. And just an absolute snoozer. I think I'll just can't get out of it. Let's find something else maybe a little more exciting. Wow, you can see, I mean, look at the NNDM now. I mean, this was so active back in May, and all the way up to 490. Last week, it got up to 328. I mean, you can just see if it can take out, probably won't happen today, but if it can take this out here, I mean, it has a shot. Probably be on the watch list for tomorrow. Well, I could. Right now, it's not. It hasn't triggered. It did trigger earlier. The trigger is 22. So again, real. I have to understand. So no, you don't care. You don't care that much anymore if it's breaking above the channel or anything like that. Does that come into it at all anymore, or because I would think that things that are really, moving on that count will be probably things that are very close to breaking the channel. So for instance, WIMI 286 new highs. I see. Okay. No, as long as you have the pre-market, as long as you don't use relative volume in your filter as one of the filters, Amy, and then you have like my up gappers right here. These guys, these work in the they work in the pre-market. Where am I here? Gap up shared, the gap up shared and gap down shared. They work in the pre-market. That's because I've got a pre-market high. The pre-market high alert and pre-market low alerts as the filters. So as long as you use, pre-market highs and pre-market lows, as your alert, most will work as long as you don't have your relative volume filter as one of your filters. But those two, the up gappers and down gappers shared, is where I get most of the ideas. When I'm talking about the pre-market ideas, that's where most of them come from. Ah, there's Vuzi going now, guys. Look at the volume. It just came in. Vuzi on the way here. On volume. Vuzi moving on volume. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. All right, I'm back, guys. Keep an eye on this Vuzi. Let's see if it does kind of a whammy thing. Here was the volume that came in, pausing just a little bit here, and of course it has room. That's the big thing about it. It has some room. No, for a long. I mean, look left on that monthly chart. You know, it's taking out these areas right there in the monthly chart. So look left, it has room. You know, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's got room to that 650 mark on the monthly chart. Look, backing it on the weekly. You know, I don't know how far back I have to go, but some 2 years ago to get the highs. Guys have been talking about Chewy. Yeah, just out of the range I like, but yeah, nice move. Definitely a nice move. A little choppy on the 5, I guess, a little bit. Yeah, RVP is right back up. Look at the move it made. That's kind of what I was hoping it would do here. Maybe base a little bit and then just keep going. But anyway, I'm not in it now. What a move for the SPY. Ugh, my thoughts are that it's pretty putrid. I mean, I suppose there's an argument that could be made that if it can come off the bottom here, but I think there's a lot of resistance right around 340, 347. It's I just think it's, you look at all these topping tails. I mean, the buyers tried and the sellers kept knocking it down, 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 and they're in control. Again, just a trade. People ask me my thoughts on anything. This is just all intraday. It's not a comment on the company itself ever. There it goes, guys. WIMI just popping here. And 315 new highs, real. Is that good? Is WIMI halted? Not that I'm, wait a minute. Nope, not that I'm aware of. All right, guys, let me see. I'm just looking to see if anything is happening for my, again, this kern, as I think I explained before, also in the video I did, what I'm kind of looking for. There's the price alert around 470. See if it takes it out. May not happen today, but if it happens tomorrow, this has good room and it's a low float, 7.5 million in the float. So could be interesting tomorrow. KERN. Yeah, it was a nice alert from the AI, definitely. I see that now. 20, I can talk about it now. 2342, there was the alert. It's $1 now below. HUYA. 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 Do you not have the AI? I mean, didn't we go over this before? I mean, here it is right there, HUYA. So if you don't have it up and running, remember I said have your strategy trades all window up. HUYA, it's right at the top. Here's a short, 2342. Well, that might be the last one, but this was at 1026. I sort on the ones that are up the most. I sort on the aggressive profit percent. So I mean that's not the last one, but it was at 1026. Well, that'll make goods feel happy, but GNUS. Yeah, Vuzi is, well, I thought maybe it would be a little bit like the other one, but I don't think so now. Let's see how well it holds 5. If it doesn't hold 5, look out. What do I think about it? Well, I think it's incredible. I mean, you look left on that weekly chart. I mean, right there may stall it at 1017, and then you've got way up here. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's an awesome looking weekly chart. I mean, I don't know where it's going, but look at the room it's got. I don't even know if WIMI is shortable. The answer is, yeah, it is actually. It is shortable at Interactive Brokers, a couple 100,000 shares. So there are shorts available. Not that I want to short it, but this could be really, really interesting tomorrow. I mean, look at the volume, guys. 41 million. So it is, my guess, it'll trade the float probably 5 times. 44 million is 4 times. Tack on another 10 million. And JMIA, all right, well, I've got another alert set for this one for WIMI, just over 8. All right, Vuzi trying to come back maybe a little bit. Watch this one. Yeah, I mean, if the volume comes in again, you get a volume bar like, these 5-minute bars right there on the 5-minute chart. You get something like that again, popping it through 8. I mean, this could just have a tremendous run again. I mean, I know it's up 40%, 47%. Well, I mean, it's got a potential. I mean, I don't know anything about this company, zero about this company, but obviously you look left, I mean, it's got a ton of room. And I don't, trying to see if I see any specific news for it. Well, I don't know about a short candidate. I mean, it is so strong right now, Jimmy. I mean, it's still above the there has there. I mean, if you get a cross, maybe, but there's no price right yet, in my opinion, to short it. Who was wanting to swing JMIA last week? I remember there was a couple of people. Was it UPJ? That's what I thought. This is getting really interesting. I mean, the longer it bases here, I'm telling you, it takes this 8 out, but on volume, guys. I always have to say it. Always have to say it. On volume. We don't even have a short float percent. You can't. You can't do it, Jimmy. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, because JMIA is just a ton of room. Well, yeah, but are you talking about a private message? You can't. There's no private messaging. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, I thought you were talking about private messaging. Yeah, just click on the name. Yeah, well, I mean, if that's why it's moving, then takeover rumor obviously right there. So, I mean, you're at the whim right now then of emotions. What if somebody says rumors off, or they're not going to be taken over? But I mean, listen, I mean, if it's you're right, it's pacing nicely. But as always, for me anyway, you need a volume push. All right, so WIMI has to kind of hold here, I think. It's starting to drift down now. I think it really has to hold the 750 level, I believe. And then maybe from there, get some volume, popping it through 8. May not happen. All right, just took in the demo, took 500 shares of it. Put a stop right around here. Obviously not a good RR with what I'm doing. I just demonstrating how you can do it. All right, well, this looks like it is trying. Just get some volume. I mean, imagine, guys, if you get some volume, popping it through 8. A volume bar, popping it through 8. And I'm talking about the WIMI. All right, guys, just give me a moment here. Again, the WIMI is still, did not have the volume. Not the yet anyway, did not have the volume. See, look at the volume. I'd like to see like a volume bar like that or that. It's just the volume is decreasing on the 5 minute, so just need some volume. Now, even if you get volume, doesn't absolutely 100% mean it's going to rip, but I can almost guarantee it is not going to do anything unless we get some volume coming in. So what do you do here, real? I mean, you take some out and then add it back. Like, what do you do here? I'm not sure where you would have been net, but let's see, 55.36, and it gets down to, so it drops $3. So what do you do? And then you sell some and hold on? No, 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 no. I'm talking about earlier net. I don't mean here, no. Yeah, that is a long news halt for MDLY. Yeah. After market open, you mean at 9:30 Eastern time? Well, you can. I mean, are you talking about the very first print that they're moving, or in general? I mean, all these are, all these are moving. During the market hours. I mean, they're all these are moving. But you'd have to be a little more specific. Are you talking about the first print, which like the gap, the first print of the day? Because I mean, all these are moving. Okay, so again, are you looking for the stocks that have moved the most? Because I mean, easy enough to do a top list, and you can just sort it on, put a minimum change from yesterday's close of say I don't know 4%, and then just sort on that column. So you'll see the ones that have moved the most during the day. Doesn't mean they're going to keep moving, but I mean that's one way to find the ones that are moving the most or have moved the most. For instance, I mean, I've got one of my scans that I share is called Strong Stocks Up. Okay, if you clicked on that, Strong Stocks Up. So if you clicked on that link, you can take a look. Are you a Trader ID subscriber? Because you click on that link, all you have to do is click on it and then copy it and then load it, file load. And then you'll see strong stocks that are up. As an example, those are certainly moving stocks. Okay, so from my scans tab here, if you click, as an example, strong stocks up, So we click on that. See how it now loads in another tab? I'm going to highlight the tab, copy it. Ah, you miserable. Sorry. When Windows does that to me. Okay, just a second. Just give me a moment, please. Every now and then that happens. Okay, so what I was going to say, so once I've loaded that, remember I copied that link just before my screens went blank. There's the link right there. So I click on load, strong stocks up as an example. So these are stocks, and let's see, if I sorted on the change from the close, I could see the ones that are up the most, with these filters in place, a certain, a certain volume. So there's PLT as an example, but does it mean it's going to keep ripping higher right now? No. The other thing I would do if you're brand new, I would encourage you to take a look at this link and the 20 short lessons. Okay, very easy. They're just text-based, easy to pile through them. Okay, guys, MDLY just came out of its halt. So hopefully nobody got trapped in this. And it just got halted. So it just got halted now on the way down. So yeah, I mean, hopefully nobody got nailed in that one. Well, this is the key area for this one. If it's going to run again, I think has to hold. WIMI, I think it has to hold right around here. 740. Takes this out, all bets are off really, in my opinion. VUZI's trying to come back. VUZI. It's trying to come back off this bottom here. Well, if it's news, quite a bit in the pre-market. But if it's news related, that was halted for a long time, Malcolm. So obviously the news came out and the market reacted very poorly. I mean, it doesn't happen that often because usually a stock has to be halted for news, for something like that to happen. All right, give me a moment and I'll be right back. All right, well, here's another one. VIPS 134 new, but look at this. Coming right into the 200-day moving average. And MDLY resumed. But VIPS coming right into the 200-day moving average, 1691. Doesn't mean it's going to completely block it, but it's a good, what else we have here? Yeah, it's just over 17, so this could really block it. Okay, I think that's it for WIMI guys. I mean, that if that didn't hold, certainly in the next little while. Who are you talking to, Aurora? What do you mean by the algorithm? You mean the filters, or and what scan? Right into that 200-day, guys. Will it take it out? That's the VIPS. 1691 is the 200-day moving average. That's 1689 right now. Well, I mean, look where it is. There's the 200-day. I'm not saying it's going to stop it, but I mean, you know, it's stopping it right now. I mean, it's an area. As Rio will always say, this is an area, but there's the data points, 1691. So it's struggling to get through. Yeah, some volume coming in on the 2 minute. What time is it right now? 2:13. So this has another less than 2 minutes to close. Starting to get some volume for WIMI. All right, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts here. Very cheap one, guys. Icon, ICON, very cheap. Through the 200-day. There's the 200-day moving average right there. But I see a lot of resistance, around the 114 mark. So this to me does not look that great. If it took that out, fine, but looks like there's a lot of resistance right not that far away for Icon. Okay, one moment, please. I think there's the doorbell. All right, I'm back. It was a delivery, yes. All right, guys. So what is happening here with the VIPS? Is it stalling? Yeah, okay. I mean, it's still right at that 1691, little pullback, 1690 right here. Some volume coming in, trying to push it through that 200-day moving average. Now this one's getting halted and on the way up, on the way down. MDLI just got halted again. Look at the volume. Look at the volume that just came in. 3.5 million shares on that 5-minute candle bar, or that bar right there. Biggest, probably, maybe the biggest one of the day. And it still had 2 minutes to go before it got halted. You would be wrong, John. It was from good old Hudson Bay Company. There you go. Isn't Apple Day tomorrow or something like that? What do they call that thing? Apple Day? Well, yeah, definitely a nice move. Not a big move. I mean, for 17 billion in the float to move almost 7%. Yeah, I think it's tomorrow and Wednesday, right? 2 days. Well, it's hard to say. I don't know, PG. There's so many people who follow Apple and are going to be hanging on it. Tim Cook's every word tomorrow, I'm sure. I can't tell you whether it's going to be a short. Well, I think it has a lot of problem at 114 too. So I don't really think it has a lot of room, Marcus. I mean, I may be completely wrong, but I don't think it has a lot of room. I'm discounting these topping tails here. I'm looking at the bodies of all those candles right around 113. And now resumed, MDLY resumed. Look at the cross starting to form here for work. Gus, that's funny. Yeah, my wife's not that happy, but okay. That's okay. I get to celebrate your Thanksgiving. We're taking the day off, or a day and a half off. Actually, neither. No turkey days. All right, guys. WIMI, getting frisky here. Off that bottom now, but you know, love to see some volume. Okay, work. I think work is getting that cross, getting closer and closer to that cross on the 2-minute chart. See how that EMA, 8 EMA is starting to curl down? Sure, why not? Yeah, two big bottoming tails. So that's what Real is pointing out. Two big bottoming tails for WIMI, WIMI. Sellers tried to knock it down. They're almost to the same price, 730. Sellers close it here, right there. Sellers are moving this higher. Okay, Paul. Yeah, promise me. Save the link. There you go. A lot of action in this room. I'm very surprised. Room in this scan. Very surprised. Don't normally get that much action. Boy, look at the VIPs. I mean, it's just struggling right now to get through that 200 day. It's just sitting right there. Sorry, guys. I just had to put myself on mute. I have to check on something. Okay, I'll just be right back. Well, there you go, Xanadu. All right, guys. So there's WIMI. I mean, it could be just resting here. Again, we might. I mean, look how much volume. 54. So now traded 5 times the float, just about 5 times the float. This will probably be. I'll bet you another. Could be easy another 10 million. Oops. That's not a good candle. All right, Michael, I'm going to give you a video, all right? I'm going to show you, first of all, do you have an Interactive Brokers account? I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Do you have an Interactive Brokers account? Okay, well, that's the first thing. Right now, you need an Interactive Brokers account. I know we're trying, we've been talking about this forever, to add E-Trade to the mix. I have no idea if and when that's going to happen. But right now, the only way you can trade automating everything is if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Okay? So, if you decide you get an Interactive Brokers account, then that link that I just put into the room called Brokers Plus Intro, that'll give you all the information you need about how to automate everything, okay? It's about a 27-minute long video, but it covers really every single aspect of it. I don't see anything. I don't see anything for WIMI. Really? With Tesla and Facebook? Okay. Oh, I see the brain. That's what you guys were talking about earlier, brain computer interface, etc., etc. Oh, okay. I didn't catch the whole thing. Fascinating, isn't it? 1691, it's just a number. Well, it's a big number, the 200-day moving average. It is not wanting to break through it yet, VIPS. And that might just be where it's going to stall and move down from there. There's that green line right there. That's the 200-day moving average on the daily chart. That is not a good candle, guys, for WIMI. You know what we're seeing here, lower highs. And I tell you, if it takes this out, I don't think there's much hope. I may be wrong, but I don't think there's going to be much hope if it takes out these lows right there. 735 or so, that's where it's sitting. Really? Mankind? Really? Yeah, well, there's something's happening, yeah. Nice spot there, Zach. Some volume coming in. Not a low float though. 250 million in the float, $2 stock. That is a lot. All right, guys. So we're getting close to wrapping this up. I'll be shutting the room down at 3. So before I do, just go over my favorite link, my homepage link. Got lots of stuff on it. Probably it means 7 trades, 3 open. I haven't looked at that. That's what it probably means. I don't have that window open, but that pretty sure from what I remember. It definitely is 7 trades. I'm looking right there. 7 trades. Yeah, I can. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. 7 trades and 3 are still open. They haven't closed. Okay. Right there. 7 trades, 2 in this guiding hand, and 1 in the trend trade. So that's 3. The rest of them are closed. Okay? All right, so if you click on my link, my homepage link, right there, brought to the homepage, of course. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there's a promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And premium is $22.68 a year. The standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. The big difference, there are some more differences than just the AI, but that's the main reason why people will take the premium service. They want to see what the AI is all about. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can go monthly, 118 less the 15%, or 228 less the 15%. The discount's only good for the first month, but if you decide you want to upgrade at any point, say from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, we'll honor the promo code. Trade of the week, again, in my link. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And I've already done my daily recap. You can sign up for them there. All of the webinars and training links are here. The 20 lessons in 20 days. You click on this, take the lessons, and you'll see what we're talking about. You know, what is a top list, build a top list, what's an alert window, etc., etc. Daily support sessions, that's in the YouTube feed from 12 to 1. A different trader takes over. We have 5 traders, 5 days of the week. Free trading room, of course, is there. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More training or educational videos right here. And we have some ebooks, trading ebooks and documents. So a lot of stuff on my homepage. Well, the premium package has the AI in it. Now, how you use the AI is up to you. I mean, if you're going to completely auto trade it, it's probably not that good an idea. For me, using it as a watch list, you know, I will extract a few from it. You know, if I like the price range and I like what I see in the daily and the weekly and the monthly. But, you know, everybody will use the AI in different ways. So it's a difficult question to answer. All right, well, our little flyers here, Vuzi is starting to drop, yeah, under, and also the WIMI. I mean, listen, it may hold. It may hold. If it holds, maybe takes us out, 777 out with volume. You know, I mean, we still have an hour and 15 left in the day. Funny, you know, the market's up, but I'm just seeing more and more stocks, like the stuff that I follow anyway, is dropping. Even though the market is up, so probably the more expensive ones, the ones that really move the market, they're probably up. Yeah, so you wouldn't know. I mean, I wouldn't know that the market is doing this. You know, here's another one named WKHS. I mean, it looked so strong pre-market for a while, dropped, but then the market opened, looked all right. Gonna rip? No. Yeah, Wimmy is just has been semi-destroyed now. Well, that's why I waited for an 8 break on volume. Never happened. Not now. No, I mean you're chasing it now down. I mean you're just you're chasing it. So, in my opinion, anyway. I mean, though there's a cross there, I have to admit there. Well, it's too late though. There was a cross right there at 7:55 on the 5-minute chart. 8 EMA cross below the 20 SMA, but it's too late now. Well, the AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day. So you'll still see them at market close, but at some point, I don't know when it happens. It'll be several hours after the market closes. They will still be there, but it does get reset. I don't know if it's midnight Eastern time or what time, but they will still be there for several hours after the market closes. All right, real. I will see how different it is from some of my basic new highs just added with the. Is it just a flip? Did I see IH? No. I mean, I think I saw somebody talking about it earlier, but wow, nice. What was it at 12? I think it was 12, right? Wasn't the IPO at 12, if I can remember? Yeah, wow, that's excellent. Excellent. I mean, that's really good. Closed at 16. Didn't see it in the pre-market, of course, and not showing up anywhere else because of the relative volume is too low. Oh, wow. Oh, a great IPO, yeah. Wow, Wimmy, did it ever give it up? Woo. That's a great alert, really, though, on the short right there. 756, right there on that cross. I do a quick check to see what sort of IPOs we have this week. We've had a lot of IPOs over this last month. Let me see if they're starting to dry up, though. No, that's right. iHuman. That's what that one is called. All right, so we have... we've got another SPAC. This time Bank of America getting involved. So we got a SPAC coming tomorrow. And we have another one, MACUU. They're all at $10. I shouldn't say all, but they all seem to be priced at $10. Then we've got a Kodiak Biosciences, CDAC, not KDAC, but CDAC. Now that is on, I'm just going to, obviously there's nothing here. That is on Wednesday, and that is Goldman. Goldman, Wedbush, Evercore, William Blair, but Goldman is involved. And then we've got, ooh, this could be an interesting one. Now that one is very few shares, 5.5 million shares at 14. But then we've got this one, now going to be a lot of shares, fair amount, ARI. That could be a really interesting one. Why? We have Goldman, JP Morgan, Guggenheim, and Morgan Stanley. Somebody was mentioning that this morning, or is that you, Eric? Somebody mentioned that this morning. They actually had the symbol too. It was before the market opened, I believe. Can't remember what it was called. Then we go to, so that's on Thursday. We have another one on Thursday with Goldman and Bank of America. Now this one is interesting maybe. This SPEL, S-P-E-L. This sort of was driving. Remember we had a something to do with spinal surgery or spinal something to do with spinal last week. It was going crazy. And I think the conjecture was that this SPEL is doing an IPO on Thursday in that sector. Boy, we've got a lot of IPOs next week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 IPOs. Not next week, this week. Woo. I'll give you a link for where I track the IPOs, Jay. Anybody else, if you're interested. So this is the link for the last 100 IPOs. And all you have to do is click on the IPO calendar, and you'll see the ones for this week. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so, and then if you click on the IPO calendar here, this is where I was seeing the IPOs for this week. Ton of them. All right, guys. Well, listen, unless there are any other questions, I think I'll wind it up now. 6 minutes early, so I can get a six minutes early for my Thanksgiving. I'll stick around if there are questions, of course, but yeah, if that's the number, yeah, Jay, I think that's what I said, 11 of them. Yeah, next week or this week, starting tomorrow. Yeah, not if you're Canadian. Today's our our Thanksgiving. My wife will thank you. One moment, please. Okay, guys, any other questions? Hey, don't worry. I mean, yeah, if you do have some questions, I'll stick around. It's okay, guys. I think I'll wrap it up then. So thanks a lot for all the help. And as I say, it'll be interesting the balance of this week with 11 IPOs, or how many? I think there are about 11 IPOs. But also earning season starts. We have some of the banks tomorrow, some of the big banks, Alcoa, and then earning season really gets rolling next week. Okay, guys. Well, not if you're an American, Jimmy. Not that I'm aware of. No, it doesn't work that way. Okay, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. What do I think of space? Somebody's asking me in the YouTube feed. I don't know. I mean, it's it's pulling back a little bit. I mean, I don't really know what to say on it. I mean, are you talking about long term or right now? I mean, it's got some resistance. 24. That's far enough away, I guess. All right, guys, I'm going to shut.